The story begins in the year 2047. It's been 25 years since portals, referred to as Hell Gates, opened in every corner of the earth. The world changed, and humanity's end came, except for just one person. The monster looks at him as he keeps walking. He walks closer to the monster and looks at it angrily. The monster, unfazed, also looks at him. The monster pulls out a sword and sticks it in the ground. The monster bends down and gives the monster's head to him. He looks at the head of the monster quietly. Later, at the bar, he grabs a bottle of wine and drinks while the monster's head tells him that he remembers the rumors about a human who targets only high-class demons and thinks, who would have known it was true? The monster's head asks him what that means. He tells the monster that he has a lot to say and says he'll get to know soon. Later, the monster's head was shocked, asking if that's a quest, and he replied, yes. After mankind disappeared, the one who offered 666,666 heads of high-class demons was our main character, Namga. He looks at the heads and says he can change the timeline and go back to that time, and he's the last one. He puts the head beside the other heads while it calls him a crazy person. The head asks him what on earth he's trying to achieve by all that and asks if he believes he can change the future by going back in time. He replies to meet his daughter, and the head asks him just for such a simple reason. Then he stabs the head and tells it, for that simple reason, I endured that hellhole for 25 years. The monster's head asks him if he expects them to stay still, and he asks the monster's head if he meant the phases. He then asks the monster head what he's going to do about it, the ones who opened the portal and made that world a hellhole, and the ones who made that quest are them. The system informs him that the legendary quest has fulfilled all the requirements for regression. He tells the monster's head that not even they know everything and tells it fuck them phases. The system shows him that he acquired enough demon heads for regression. The demons start exploding, and the system shows him that he's the only survivor on Earth. The demon's head is being absorbed, and our main character firmly says that he'll kill all who stand in his way. The system shows him that he completed the quest, and the Nexus is activated. Then a powerful light comes down from the sky and hits the building he's in. Then the light regresses him to the past. He's blank for a moment, then he looks at his shaking hand. He looks at his windows, then looks to the other side and quickly gets out of bed. He rushes towards the door and opens it while calling his daughter's name, Saman. He looks at her sleeping peacefully and remembers the past when the demons came out. He was holding his daughter's hand, who was about to fall from the building. His daughter cried out his name. He noticed that his right arm was broken, and his left arm was hard to move. He begged in his mind, it doesn't matter if he die, at least someone save his daughter. Suddenly, they heard a loud roar, and his daughter looked down, crying. He gathered all of his strength to pull her up, but the demon launched to devour her entirely, leaving only the hands that were holding him. He held her hand and silently wept. Saman slowly woke up, confused, and called his name. But he was already gone. He stood behind the door silently and knelt on the ground, crying. He was very grateful that she was alive. He furiously glared, knowing that happiness wouldn't last long. The day the Hell Gates open, the world will completely change. For 25 years, he lived his life for himself only, and he wondered if a person like that could endure the hellhole while protecting Saman. He thought it was not right to wonder about the odds. He looked at her door and determined that he must do it. He paused for a moment and firmly said, even if I die trying. Then the system showed him that his status had gained magic power, and he had gained Spirit Magic Novice, and activating level 1 Spirit Eyes. He looked at his hand, confused, and wondered why his powers didn't go away. The system informed him again that he had gained the Spirit Magic Novice, making him shocked. Then the system informed him that the spirit was looking at him, making him look at a picture of his wife. He wondered if it was his wife. Then his wife's spirit slowly got close to him and embraced him from behind. He put on his jacket and wondered why he regained his powers and if it could be a result of the tilted timeline, or is it a perk of a regressor. 3 days from now, on October 11th, the Hell Gate opens. But 3 days before the opening, there are people who know about its existence. The 8 prophets who were chosen by the 8 phases are called the 8 martial stars. The ones who were referred to as humanity's saviors showed an incredible rate of growth. Recalling all his memories of the past 25 years he has been through. He can now gain many of the achievements and rewards that they could, and he couldn't. October 8th, the year 2022, 3 days prior to the gate opening. Now he will start his monopoly. In the underground, he was walking while looking around the place. He looked to his side and saw the sign. He slowly opened the door and went inside while someone said it is strange because there shouldn't be anyone there. He smiled, asking why someone shouldn't be there and said that it sounds like he wasn't expecting a visitor. The old man asked what brings him there. He replied that he was there to buy some stuff and called the old man Yaksha. Suddenly, a large hand grabbed him and slammed him hard into the wall. He gritted his teeth in pain while looking at the thick smoke. He furiously looked at the old man walking towards him. The old man, who turned into a demon, lifted him up and asked him what he thought he was doing. He told Yaksha that he heard the preparation for the prophet's trials was being held there and asked if he was wrong. Yaksha looked confused and asked if someone had instructed him to come there. Yaksha told him that things get even weirder because he heard that the selection process was still ongoing from above. He said it probably is the case, which is why he was there right now, and he needs to come before the selection is over if he wants to take over their spot, confusing Yaksha. Yaksha called him a bitch and started laughing hysterically. Yaksha told him that he's the one he heard of, the regressor who killed 666,666 high-class demons. Yaksha asked if he thinks they wouldn't know because they know everything and they know that he tilted the timeline. He pointed upwards and told him now he's in trouble, and if he thinks he could do whatever he wanted since he regressed there. Yaksha told him that place is like a chessboard made by the upper phases, and all he does by messing up their game is making them mad. He stabbed Yaksha's hands multiple times and told him to move his hand out of the way because it stinks. Yaksha shouted in pain, and he told Yaksha that he tried to cut off his hand but he guesses his body isn't ready for that yet, and he doesn't have any special runes yet, so it makes sense. Yaksha looked at the swords in his arm and called him a bad word. He also told Yaksha he doesn't know anything about regressing time because the phases were the ones who allowed that to happen too. He asked Yaksha if he thinks they'd get mad and if he thinks being like them would care. Yaksha launched an attack and told him all he can do is talk, but he simply smacked Yaksha, making him confused. He then smacked Yaksha again and asked if his head is just for decoration, and if he doesn't get what being a regressor means. He told Yaksha that it means that he already completed the quest, and it means that his hand has already slain 666,666 high-class demons. Yaksha started sweating and thought that his race of Yaksha sustains by eating the fears of other beings, but now he's scared of a human. At that rate, he will get weaker and he started to shrink. He smiled, thinking it was great. He told Yaksha that there are only two things he has to tell him, shocking him. He told him first that before the Hell Gates open, his representative race won't be able to kill any humans. That will be a rule. Second, the reason he came there was to meet a Yaksha for his bundle, making Yaksha confused. He also told Yaksha that he doesn't even dare think about killing him when the Hell Gates open. He then called Yaksha's real name, Jayu Ryu, making Jayu Ryu ask how he knows his real name, but we will call him Ryu. He smiled and told Ryu that they have quite a connection, making Ryu open his mouth in disbelief. Ryu asked him if he's trying to say that he was his servant or something. He glared at Ryu, making him sweat in fear. He started to curse in his mind. Then Ryu brought out a large bag, and the tie of the bag loosened. Ryu presented it to him, making him smile. A few seconds later, he was looking at the system. He was checking it, and as he expected, that shop was meant for the profits. He was looking at the items and thought that the prices were crazy. At the rate he was getting 1 head per monster, he'd never be able to buy anything. But later, 1,000,000 heads would be pocket change to him. Ryu asked him what he was looking at so closely and told him he didn't even have any real ways to gather heads yet, and what he's saying is he won't be able to buy anything yet. He pointed at the scroll, making Ryu confused. He told Ryu to gift it to him, making them silent for a moment. Ryu told him that he must have gone insane and asked what he meant by gifting it to him, and if he couldn't read what it says because it says friendliness. First, he stuck a sword in his arm and then he slapped him in the face. Ryu angrily asked him why would he ever gift something like that to him and if he's sure of what he's thinking, and told him piss off. He grabbed the sword that was stuck in Ryu's arm and pulled it, making Ryu shout in pain. Ryu asked him what he thinks he's doing, and he replied that he pulled it out for him, making Ryu say that he is the Yaksha there at that point. He then threw money at Ryu, making him confused. Ryu asked what it was, and he told Ryu that it is 20 million won, and if he does well, he'll give him 80 million more. But Ryu simply threw it aside, making a disgusted noise. Ryu told him that he knows damn well that in about 3 days, those pieces of paper won't mean anything, but he glared at Ryu and told him to trust him because he'll want it. He told Ryu that 2 years later, that money will save his life during the pitch black night, making Ryu stunned and asking what the pitch black night was. He told Ryu that he might not know, but he does, and he knows what becomes valuable and what doesn't become valuable later on. He told Ryu that money will always have value, even when the Hell Gates open. Ryu started sweating and looked at the money. He wondered if Namdung was serious because in the realm of humans, it might be money, but to them, it's just some plain paper. Ryu angrily asked him what if he's lying to him, but he simply told him he can't prove anything to him. He then pulled out the sword, making Ryu shout in pain and telling him it's his choice whether to listen to him or not, and that 2 years later, he will hit the floor wishing he said yes, but again told him it's his choice. Ryu told him that he is so evil and worse than those Naga people. He told Ryu that he had heard of them before, making him sweat in fear. Ryu then got the scroll, gave it to him, and asked what he is planning to do with it. He told Ryu, who was picking up the money, that he'll use it to record things and it'll be his entry ticket into the Prophet's trial. Ryu thought that he was good at talking nonsense. Ryu got up and told him that he had enough and hoped he knew what he was doing. Then Ryu felt something unusual and he activated the scroll. their space dimension collapsed, and he told Ryu he'll go and meet the phases then. He then walked forward in the collapsed space dimension. He continued walking inside, and Ryu followed him. He stopped walking and looked at Ryu, who looked away. Ryu started sweating and looked back but was shocked when Namdung was glaring at him. Later, they continued walking, and he asked Ryu why he was following him. Ryu replied that he was just minding his own business because he's there to see what kind of death he'll have. Then Ryu asked him if he could ask one thing, making him ask, "What is it?" Ryu told him to let's just say everything's understandable, and the reason he knew about the Prophet's test and the rune language is from the memories he has of his past life, so he's trying to steal the Prophet's privilege right now. This made Namdung ask what he's trying to say. Ryu asked him what will he do about the Prophet and told him that originally the one who should be there is the Prophet. Ryu asked if he knows who that is and told him right now he is stealing his privilege and asks if he doesn't feel sorry. Then he remembered the ghost whale, Choi Wesu, an unrivaled entity and one of the 8 martial stars. He had numerous undead monsters and was nearly immortal, on par with the strongest of the 8 martial stars, Alec. But to people, he was just another trash they needed to kill because he was a psychopath. In order to use undead monsters, he would need corpses as a basic requirement, and Choi Wesu experimented with living humans to create good quality corpses. He did that to him as well. He told Ryu that he doesn't feel sorry at all, making Ryu tell him that he is a cold-hearted person. They continued walking while Ryu told him that no matter how great he was in his past life, right now he is just an ordinary human. And if it were him, he'd be careful. Ryu told him if only he knew whose doors he walked into. He kept silent but thought, of course, he did, the one who tormented him for 18 years. Suddenly, they heard a voice telling them they're unwelcome visitors. The system showed him that he had entered the premises of the tamer of the 7 snakes. The voice asked Ryu why he had brought a human there, making Ryu sweat in fear. The voice told him that only the Prophet was allowed in there, and he was not the Prophet he chose. He told the voice that not choosing him was his biggest mistake and he should have chosen him from the beginning. Suddenly, a large eye looked at him. Ryu told the voice that Namdung is the regressor and the murderer who killed 666,666 high-level demons. The voice told him that he is the one who overturned their game board, and he is not qualified to be the Prophet. He told the voice to see for himself because he's probably better than that Choi Wesu guy he picked. The eyes scanned his memories and saw his past when his daughter was being devoured whole. The voice laughed and asked him if the regressor who changed the timeline was one of his followers. He bent down and launched at the eyes while saying to think before speaking. Then he stabbed it, making Ryu shocked in amazement. He told it that he's not a follower of his while the eyes released a lot of smoke. He landed on the ground and the voice was surprised. He slowly got up, and the voice asked him what happened for him to possess that power. Just like he thought, even if it's a high being, it doesn't know everything. He thought that power confirmed his regression, and he wondered if that might be a reward for his devotion to living through that hell. Suddenly, a hand snapped, and the place they were standing in was surrounded by purple flames. He glared at the eyes that were looking at him. The voice, in the center, asked why he had that power. He walked closer and told the voice that Choi Wesu, the prophet he chose, passed it to him. The snake owner thought it was interesting and that the regressor was a devoted slave of his. He smiled and told Namdung that he had the right to have a conversation with him, it seemed. Then he tried to remember the man who created the quest and remembered that there was someone like that. The owner of the 7 snakes told him that the one who made it is probably an observer of the sun and moon, and he thought it was a useless achievement. The owner of the 7 snakes told him he was deeply touched that he had overcome that roadblock and had come to him himself. But he told him too bad because he had already chosen a prophet, and his decisions were absolute. But Namdung told him it wasn't and asked if he didn't know the requirement for regressing, making him ask what he meant. Namdung told him that it meant that he was the only survivor and the one he chose didn't. Namdung told him that every other high being's chosen prophets died before him, and he was not there to beg for the position of the prophet. He was there to give him a chance. Namdung told him if he wouldn't choose him, that's fine, but he could just bring victory to other high beings, and the prophet he'll choose will be the first one he will kill, making Ryu sweat in fear and telling him to calm down a bit. The owner of the 7 snakes slowly stood up and asked him if he was threatening him. The owner of the 7 snakes looked at him furiously and told him he could kill him right there and now. The owner of the 7 snakes told him to listen up because he could become the common enemy of the high beings, and that means his start line would be worse. He asked why should he choose him. Namdung told him that's because that's how he could be the victor of that goddamn game, and he knew that the high beings couldn't consider him an enemy according to the rules they had in place. Namdung also told him that even though he was clueless when the gate of hell first opened, he survived until now, and he confidently said he'd survived that time around also. The owner of the 7 snakes told him that he liked that. Then suddenly, something fell beside him. He looked down and saw it was Choi Wesu, asking where he is. Choi Wesu looked up and asked who he was and why he knew his name. Suddenly, a large hand crushed Choi Wesu, and the owner of the 7 snakes told him that he'd change prophets. The large hand slowly entered the portal while he looked at the crushed Choi Wesu. The owner of the 7 snakes told him he'd choose him, and the system showed him that the tamer of the 7 snakes acknowledged him. Then a large magical circle appeared beneath him, and the system showed him that he became the snake's prophet, and the prophet's privilege was warping to the snake's storage. He smiled, thinking he had succeeded. Later, they were inside a room, and the system showed him that they were in a snake treasure house, the Triad Poison Doors. The owner of the 7 snakes told him that the only door he could open was the copper one, but he could take anything he wanted from it. After all, the prophets have to lead the people when the carnival begins. Namdung asked him if the hell they're going through is like a festival for them guys. He replied not guys, but his name is Jor. He looked at Jor and thought that this is the beginning, and he'll use everything he can. Then they continued to walk inside the door, leaving Ryu behind. Ryu thought his knees were shaking just from the sight of it, but they're just yapping away as if it's nothing. The door closed, and he sat down on the ground. Later, the door opened, and Ryu was asleep. Namdung called him, waking him up, and told him they should go, to which he replied okay. The portal opened, and they were back in the underground. Ryu asked him what happened inside while he was looking at his inventory. He replied that he got an item, and the system showed him that the item is Monarch Lyric's headpiece, and its grade is Legendary First. It was the headpiece of the greatest, most arrogant king in history. The system also showed him that he can gain great strength but must pay for his arrogant sin, and when used by the living, it drains them of their life force, and when used by the dead, they are granted great power. Ryu told him he was wondering what kind of gear he chose, but that it is completely useless to a living person, and asked him why. Ryu started sweating when he didn't reply. Ryu told him that as expected, he has such great taste. But he simply asked Ryu to show him his pouch. He was shocked hearing it and asked about the heads. He told Ryu he got 100,000 heads, making Ryu stunned for a moment. Then he asked Namdung if he meant he got them from the Master of the Snakes, to which he replied yes, and Jor gave them to him. Ryu told him that whenever they give him something, they charge an incredible price, even for the most trivial things, but he replied he already knows that. He was shocked and asked what did he pay as a price for 100,000 heads. He confidently smiled and replied he didn't pay anything, rather, they paid him. Back to when he was talking to Jor. Jor was concerned that he'd be the target of other prophets as he was a regressor, so he gave him 100,000 heads. Instead, he gave him a quest, calling it his condition, something equivalent to the feat of regressing or killing 666,666 demons. It was the Red Wax, a legend grade quest. He opened it, and the system informed him he had received a legend grade quest, and a hidden quest of 7 serpent incarnations had also been added. Ryu wondered what on earth Namdung received. He asked Ryu why he was blanking because he was sure he told him to give him the pouch. Ryu, panicking, asked him what should he find for him, and he told Ryu to give him a usable sword with the heads that he has, and the sword should be at least a rare grade one. Ryu gave him 2 swords. One was Widow's Eye with a grade of rare, best with a description of a sword given to a noble woman by her late husband, and the blade is poisoned with a price of 89,000 heads, with an additional description that the cause of her husband's death is unknown. Second is the Executioner's Beheading Blade, a rare grade sword with the description that it was swung over 1,800 times at the pillar, and the Executioner's tenacity remains, with blood tainted with grudges. Its price was 77,000 heads, and it came with a warning that if not wielded by a man of character, it may turn well into a homicidal maniac. He told Ryu that the explanation was too long, and nothing good comes out of deep stories. It only means that it comes with a curse. Ryu replied that's also why the item is so cheap. He chose the Executioner's Beheading Blade and told Ryu that he'll buy a bag with the remaining heads, but Ryu told him that he'll just give him the bag. He asked Ryu if it's just like that, and Ryu happily replied that it's just as he said. He got the bag, while Ryu told him that getting rid of objects with a deep history is a headache. He smiled, thinking that being friends with him is worth vastly more than that puny bag. He put the sword in his inventory and asked Ryu what time it was, and he replied it was 3 o'clock. Then they walked, and he asked Ryu why that place was deserted, and Ryu replied that side has a barrier around it. He told Ryu, who transformed back into the old man, that he did good work because he won't be late, and that's a relief. Ryu asked him if he is going to do something again, and wondered because he bought the sword, and he was definitely plotting something. He also wondered if he is going to hunt the prophets, but Namdung happily replied he needs to get his daughter, making Ryu confused. He waved goodbye and told Ryu that school is finishing now, leaving him more confused. For the 2 days before the opening of the Hell Gate, he spent time with his daughter. They went shopping and played together, enjoying a moment of normality in a life of chaos. The next day, Salman asked him if today was the day he talked about. to which he replied yes. She asked him if the survival supplies would be enough, and she tells him she'd buy them with her allowance. He asked her if she believed what he told her, to which she replied of course, saying that she's always on his side. He smiled and grabbed her hand. Later, at Dijin National Cemetery, a man named Moonhoon was saluting him. He asked Moonhoon how long it had been since they were discharged, and tells Moonhoon it had been a long time. Moonhoon commented that he was still the same as ever and looked ready to return to duty tomorrow if needed. He told Moonhoon not to be silly, and Moonhoon asked about Salmon while grabbing a drink. He told Moonhoon that she's sleeping in the car. Moonhoon said that Salmon must be tired and apologized for coming to him. He told Moonhoon not to say that because he let her sleep on purpose since today wouldn't be a pretty sight to look at. Moonhoon asked if he didn't mean the sight of his face, but he simply told Moonhoon that there's a reason he chose to meet him there, and not in Seoul. He was silent for a moment and called Moonhoon's name. He told him that he needed to tell him something, making Moonhoon surprised. He looked at him and asked if the world was about to end and if he would believe him. Moonhoon was shocked, making him spit out what he was drinking, and asked if he came all the way there to tell him a joke and if they were going to have any fun at all. He told him seriously that he wished he was joking, making Moonhoon sweat in confusion. Suddenly, they heard a loud sound, and the people around them wondered what was happening. Moonhoon was stunned and told him they needed to get out of there quickly, but he was confused when he saw Namdung pull out a sword. He got up and seriously said that he would kill each and every one of them. A group of goblins rushes toward them, and the people start running away. Moonhoon tells him they need to run quickly, but he simply calls Moonhoon's name as the goblins get closer. The goblins jump forward to attack him while he tells Moonhoon to survive this time. Moonhoon calls for him worriedly, but with one slash, he easily decapitates all the goblins, leaving Moonhoon stunned. The goblin's head lands at his feet, and he's scared seeing it. He asks Moonhoon to go and bring Salmon, and Moonhoon asks him what he's planning to do. He just looks at Moonhoon and begs him to do as he says. Moonhoon gulps and salutes him, saying yes, sir. He then runs away and tells him he'll be back. Later, a woman is about to be killed by a goblin, but he easily kills it. He looks up confused and sees a massive eye in the sky. Then the eye pours out more goblins, causing the people around him to panic and run away. He remembers Jor telling him that since he became his protege, he offered him a piece of advice. Jor tells him that he was the one who dealt with the lives of the deceased. If he wishes to save someone in that moment, he will be weighing the lives of others. Jor tells him to be selfish because that is the path the Seventh Serpent's protege must walk, and no matter what he does, he won't be able to escape the label of a hypocrite. He thinks he needs strength, even if someday he is faced with the fate of a hypocrite. He then activates his powers and says that they may not remember, and asks if they can help him once again in this lifetime. He then chants the words,
jangan
"He
di-skip
who
ya
possess
dari
power
awal
greater than
hingga
anyone on
akhir.
that
Terima
land," calling the
kasih.
spirit of their homeland to come forth. He opens his eyes, and a red light emerges from the graveyards. The red lights fly towards him, and he absorbs them all. The system informs him that level 2 soul detection has been activated, and friendly spirits around him resonate with him. He grits his teeth while the system informs him that level 2 soul eye has been triggered, and the spirits of the memorial rise within him. The red light dissipates, and the system informs him that he can use soul summon at level 2, and the number of souls that can be summoned has exceeded his capability level, with 0 out of 3 available summonable spirits. He activates his summoning, and 3 soldiers rise from the underground. He then activates his Monarch Lyric's headpiece, covering his summons in armor. All of his summons vow loyalty to him. Somewhere, the goblins are attacking the fleeing people. Moonhoon, holding Salmon on his back, comments that there seems to be no end to the goblins and wonders if Namgung is dealing with them alone. He looks at Salmon and can't believe she's still sleeping peacefully amid the chaos, wondering if she got hurt. Suddenly, he is shocked to see the eye pouring out another swarm of goblins. A goblin launches an attack from his side, but fortunately, Namgung's summon decapitates it in time. Happily, he looks back and calls Namgung's name. He asks Namgung what's happening and who the people beside him are. Namgung replies that he'll explain in detail later and tells him to take his sword first, which makes Moonhoon ask what he means. Namgung tells Moonhoon that there are still goblins around and recalls that Moonhoon was a promising kendo player, asking if he can handle it. Moonhoon grabs the sword and tells him that he promised his master not to pick up the sword again, but he needs to save people. He then apologizes to his master, feeling like a worthless disciple, and shouts while saying "Cry, Hell's Punisher." They awkwardly look at each other, and Moonhoon asks him the name of the sword. Later, some people are on top of the wall while goblins are below. They wonder why the police haven't come, and others say they don't want to die. Below, a child is crying, and his mother notices him. She tries to go down, but a man grabs her and tells her they must save those who are still alive. He asks her where she's going, but she tearfully tells the man to let go of her. The goblin is about to kill the child, but Moon slashes it into pieces just in time. He looks at the child and tells him to go to his mom, and the mother thanks him. A bit later, he sees Moon easily killing another goblin and thinks that his powers must never be shown openly. So, he entrusts the position of leading the people to Moon. In his previous life, Moon was the leader of the Armed Guardians clan, and his name is Choi Moon of the Tai San Sword. Instead, he will lead from the shadows. Later, they easily dispatch the remaining goblins. Moon furiously launches an attack and stabs the goblin's head. The goblins fall to the ground, and he sighs, wondering if that is the last one. He sits on the side and thinks he can finally take a rest now. Suddenly, he hears a loud growl, making him look up and wonder what it is because they had taken care of all the goblins. Then, he looks to his side, shocked. Namdung smiles, thinking it's finally here. The goblin warrior glares at them furiously. The goblin warrior swung its sword to attack, hitting Moon. But luckily, he blocked it just in time. He gritted his teeth, trying to stop the attack, but he was thrown away by the powerful strike and slammed into the wall, breaking it. The goblin warrior glanced at him but then turned away and walked off, leaving him on the ground. Namdung told him that it didn't seem like he had broken any bones, so he'd be fine. Hyunhoon asked him what that creature was and why it came and went. Namdung explained to Hyunhoon that it was a place where goblins offer crops to their leader, the Goblin Lord. The goblins planned to use the Memorial Tower as their base, and if they didn't stop them, their numbers would grow rapidly. Hyunhoon was angry when he heard this, as he didn't want them to defile the Memorial Tower. He was confused and awkwardly asked how Namdung knew this information. Namdung replied that it was his second time experiencing this. Hyunhoon awkwardly asked what he meant by a second time, and Namdung replied, life, leaving Hyunhoon silent. Hyunhoon sarcastically remarked that it must be boring for Namdung.
Ayo yang sudah menonton, jangan lupa like ya. Dan satu hal lagi, bagi yang ingin mendukung channel ini, tolong jangan di skip ya dari awal hingga akhir. Terima kasih.
The Goblin Lord and commented that it didn't seem like it could withstand a single punch compared to the warriors. Namdung explained that it used magic, which was why warriors followed it. Hyunhoon asked if Salmon would be okay, and Namdung reassured him that he had put her to sleep as a precaution. He also mentioned his plan to summon spirit soldiers when the time came, which surprised Hyunhoon. Namdung summoned his spirit soldiers and told Hyunhoon that they would begin by eliminating the goblin warriors. He warned Hyunhoon that there would be more surprises in the future, so he needed to be prepared. Later, the goblin warrior stood guard. It heard a noise and looked in that direction. He threw a sword toward the goblin's warrior, hitting the goblin warrior in the eye, causing it to cry out in pain. Namdung rushed forward at the goblin warrior, which glared at him angrily. The goblin warrior gripped its sword tightly and launched an attack, but fortunately, Namdung jumped backward just in time to avoid it. Namdung then retrieved a poison dart from his inventory and stabbed the goblin warrior in the side, making it scream in pain. He called out to Hyunhoon that it was his turn, and Hyunhoon jumped in, launching his attack. Hyunhoon swung his sword at the goblin warrior's neck, but he was puzzled because the sword didn't seem to penetrate. The goblin warrior glared at them angrily and let out a loud growl. Hyunhoon asked if the goblin warrior had suddenly bulked up its muscles and remarked that the poison darts had been effective. He inquired about where Namdung had acquired them, and Namdung replied that he got them in the Ulji Street Underground Plaza. Hyunhoon commented that it was typical of Seoul to have such useful items and mentioned that he wanted to buy an automatic nose hair pincher. He suggested that he should visit Seoul sometime. Namdung reminded Hyunhoon that they needed to finish off the goblin warrior before the goblin lord intervened. Even as the goblin warrior continued to shout angrily, the goblin warrior launched another attack, but Hyunhoon quickly bent down to avoid it, and retrieved another poison dart. He threw it at the goblin warrior, hitting its chest and causing it to cry out in pain. The goblin warrior fell to the ground, and Hyunhoon launched another attack, determined not to fail this time. With a successful strike, Hyunhoon decapitated the goblin warrior's head. Hyunhoon shook his hand, feeling the strain from the tough goblin warrior bones, but he eventually overcame it with his strong biceps. He placed his foot on the goblin warrior's head and warned Hyunhoon not to lower his guard. They were now headed for the goblin lord. As he searched for the goblin lord, he couldn't spot it at the top of the area. He grew puzzled about the goblin lord's whereabouts, and Namdung suddenly realized something. He called Hyunhoon's name, but Hyunhoon, unaware that the goblin lord was right in front of him casting a spell, cheerfully replied, "What is it?" Luckily, his spirit soldier jumped in to block the goblin lord's attack just in time, leaving Hyunhoon surprised. However, the spirit soldier exploded into pieces, leaving Hyunhoon to wonder if it was because they had limited growth potential, and he realized they wouldn't last after all. The system informed him that his summoned spirit soldier was now at 2/3 capacity. Hyunhoon rushed forward, angrily calling the goblin lord a bastard and attempting to attack it. but the Goblin Lord shielded itself, looking furious, and then expanded its shield, throwing Hyung-hoon away. Hyung-hoon slid across the floor, letting go of his sword in the process. Hyung-hoon expressed his surprise, and Namgung picked up the sword, explaining that it was a shield, albeit not an advanced spell, but still quite rare at their current stage. Hyung-hoon asked what they should do now, to which Namgung replied that they needed to crush the shield by applying more strength. Hyung-hoon doubted their ability to overcome it at their current state, but Namgung assured him there was a way. He tells Hyung-hoon just leave it to the sword. Then, Namgung gave the sword back to Hyung-hoon, who was still confused. Namgung told him that it was a cursed object with a soul bound to it. Placing his hand on Hyung-hoon's shoulder, he stressed that Hyung-hoon must not let go of the sword at any cost. The system then informed Hyung-hoon about triggering the Eye of the Soul level 2 and activating the sword's power. The Goblin Lord noticed Hyung-hoon's aura and shouted to its minions. The goblins turned and followed the Goblin Lord's order to attack Hyung-hoon. A swarm of goblins rushed towards them, and Namgung glared at them. He pulled out a Demon Hunter's silver blade with first-rank magic, a well-sharpened throwing sword that would shatter after a single use, producing a deadly effect upon breaking, and bounding at 1,000 hits. He rolled the Demon Hunter's silver blade at the goblins, and it slowly broke and exploded, hitting many of them. Hyung-hoon realized he couldn't buy any more time and that it was time for him to take action. The sword consumed him, and the system informed him that he was communing with the soul of the executioner bound to the sword. As the sword fully consumed Hyung-hoon, he shouted, and the system revealed that the executioner's spirits thirsted for blood. Hyung-hoon shattered the ground beneath him and leaped toward the Goblin Lord. The Goblin Lord saw him and Hyung-hoon started laughing, causing panic at the Goblin Lord. The Goblin Lord attacked him with magic spell, but Hyung-hoon continued his descent toward the Goblin Lord's position. Hyung-hoon continued to laugh as he descended and launched an attack on the Goblin Lord. The Goblin Lord managed to shield itself just in time, but Hyung-hoon's sword broke through the defense. The Goblin Lord begged for mercy as the shield slowly crumbled. Laughing, Hyung-hoon pushed his sword all the way through, breaking the shield completely and stabbing the Goblin Lord, who screamed in agony. Hyung-hoon looked down at the defeated Goblin Lord lying on the ground. Later, he gazed up at the sky and noticed that the eye was closing. His spirit soldier had killed the last remaining goblin, and its head fell to the ground, catching his attention. The system informed him that the Goblin Lord had been eliminated and granted a reward to all participants within a 150-meter radius. The system also explained that participants with direct influence, regardless of distance, would receive a participation reward. Additionally, a reward would be given to those who dealt the final blow to the creature, and they would be granted loot from the Goblin Lord. However, the loot could only be claimed by one of the reward claimers. A chest appeared, surprising Hyung-hoon, who asked what had just happened. Namgung replied that he had defeated the Goblin Lord, and now it was time to claim their loot. They opened the chest and found a Goblin Lord's ornament, Goblin Lord's favorite, and a Goblin Lord bracelet with rank magic. The bracelet had a description stating it was a crude bracelet but contained the Lord's magic, allowing the user to cast grade 5 shield magic up to 5 times per day. Hyung-hoon asks him about giving the bracelet to him, but Namgung thinks he was already wearing it, so he tells Hyung-hoon to keep it for himself because that'll be of more use to him. Namgung then noticed another chest below them. The system informed him that he had acquired the Goblin Lord's heart. He picked up the heart and read the description, which mentioned that it granted the user the ability to wield magic when consumed. For a magic user, consuming it would increase their mana, but there were certain prerequisites for using the magic. The heart gradually shrank, surprising Hyung-hoon with its potential. Namgung explained that it might not be very effective for those without innate magic talent, and neither of them was particularly talented in magic. Hyung-hoon decided to put the heart in his inventory, thinking that they could exchange it when the next Hell Gates opened and sell it for a high price. However, the system denied the heart and asked if he would like to check for suitable subjects, and mentioning that trade was possible between reward recipients. Namgung found this feature confusing, as he wasn't aware of it before, but he realized it made sense considering his previous life had been dedicated to hunting demons to reunite with Salmon. He thought it is strange because neither him nor Hyung-hoon have talent for magic. The system then informed him that a suitable target had been confirmed and checked Salmon's magic growth potential. A blue light emerged from the heart and flew in her direction. Hyung-hoon turned to see the light reaching Salmon. He was surprised when the system revealed that the recommended target was Salmon and showed her magic growth potential as a legend grade best. He looked at Salmon and couldn't believe that she had a magical disposition. He realized that it was only natural that he wouldn't know since he lost Salmon after the Hell Gate opened. He thought about how it wasn't just a matter of having the disposition. Salmon was not only legendary grade but also had a lot of growth potential at the best stage. Even in his previous life, he had never encountered someone like her. He found it amazing but wondered if this meant that Salmon was destined to have to fight against monsters. Hyung-hoon asked him if he wished he could choose not to awaken Salmon's magic. considering how difficult it was for even
Ayo yang
adults to
sudah
deal with
menonton,
monsters. He asked if
jangan
they shouldn't
lupa
strive to ensure
di
that
like
children
ya.
like Salmon could live
Dan
happier
satu hal
lives
lagi,
even
bagi
if the
yang
world
ingin
turned into a
mendukung
hellish
channel
place.
ini,
Salmon opened her eyes and
tolong
woke up,
jangan di skip
surprised
ya
to see
dari
Hyun-hoon.
awal hingga
Hyun-hoon
akhir.
remarked
Terima
on how much she had
kasih.
grown since the last time he saw her and offered to give her an airplane ride. Salmon got up and told Hyun-hoon that she wasn't a kid anymore. She asked him what was happening, but when she saw the dead goblins and people on the ground, fear overcame her. Salmon asked if didn't he assured her that they would get through it together, no matter what. She looks back and tells him isn't that why he told her it's today. He tried to explain, but suddenly, a boy approached Salmon and gently pulled her, asking for help. Confused, she asked what was wrong, and the boy pointed to his side, saying that his mom had been killed by the monsters. The boy cried loudly, and Salmon hugged him from behind, feeling sorry for him. Hyun-hoon remarked that Salmon takes after him and she's unexpectedly brave, but Namgung disagreed, saying that she probably took after her mother, not him. Namgung admitted that he had been weak for trying to protect his child by building walls out of fear. Hyun-hoon asked if that wasn't a natural thing for a father to do, and Namgung smiled at his words. Salmon called out to him and asked him to take the boy with them. But he refused, explaining that there would be shelters in the Great War, and the kid would be safer there than with them. Salmon insisted, saying that the boy was all alone, but he continued to refuse and asked her to trust him. Salmon told him that being left alone was scary and reminded him that he wasn't by her side when her mother passed away. He was stunned by her words when suddenly, Jor emerged from a portal, repeating what he had told him earlier. Jor asked if it sounded right to him, a man who handles death walking on the path of life. He and Salmon turned to look at Jor. Jor approached them and commended him for eliminating the Goblin Lord. He explained that according to the plan, the citadel should have been built before midnight, spawning goblins throughout the city. Jor told him that things had gone very wrong, and he asked what Jor was suddenly talking about and whether it wasn't better for him to be more active. Jor agreed with him but explained that narrow-minded higher-ups had objected to him commanding the dead soldiers before the carnival began. He questioned why they objected to using the methods at their disposal and suggested telling the higher-ups to go away. However, Jor insisted that they were right and that everything should start at the carnival. Namgung asked why, and Jor explained that it was because things weren't balanced. He mentioned that Namgung controlled patriotic souls and could even use the powers of ancient gods and heroes, and asked if Namgung could do that. Namgung retorted that with his status, Jor should think about defending him instead of talking about rules, making Jor laugh and say he knew Namgung would react that way. Jor then proposed a compromise, explaining that it was simple, a life for a life. Since Namgung had already absorbed several spirits, he needed to pay the price for it. Jor tells him that originally the rules calls for equivalent exchange, but since they're at fault too, they'll end that matter with just one life. Jor pointed at the kid and mentioned that he had planned to leave the child behind anyway. He argued that it would be better to kill the kid now than have him hold them back later. Namgung was shocked, and Salmon asked what kind of nonsense that was before punching Jor in the face. Salmon questioned Jor, asking who he was to tell others whom to kill and calling him a reptile. In response, Jor glared at her and attacked her with tentacles, slamming her hard into the wall and causing her to cough up blood. Namgung called out to Salmon with concern but was also attacked. Hyun-hoon rushed forward to help but was easily overwhelmed by Jor. Jor held the three of them, leaving the kid on the ground. Jor suggested that he may like Namgung, but if his daughter crossed the line, she needed to be taught a lesson. He asked Namgung if they should end things by taking their lives and instructed him to choose between the kid's life or the lives of the two adults. Namgung angrily called Jor a son of a bitch but didn't notice that the Goblin Lord's heart had fallen off his jacket. It landed on the ground and began to glow, emitting a light that struck Salmon. Jor started laughing and claimed that it was working. Namgung realized that Jor had seen through Salmon's disposition from the beginning and had created this situation on purpose. He apologized to Salmon and wished to save her at least. Salmon reassured him that it wasn't his fault and that she trusted him completely. The system informed him that a frail soul was soothing Salmon, and her mother appeared behind her. The system also stated that the soul was contributing to Salmon's awakening, and her magic trait was transforming. Salmon opened her eyes, which had changed to different colors, and the system informed him that her magic had transformed into perception magic.
Tolong jangan di skip ya dari awal hingga akhir. Terima
Salmon got up
kasih.
and slowly raised her hand, creating a powerful attack. She told Namgung that the one at fault was that rascal, referring to Jor, and released a powerful attack toward him. Jor simply smiled at Salmon's powerful attack and raised his hand, absorbing it while calling her attack cute. He closed his hand and informed her that she had used mythical level magic. Jor released them and commented to Namgung that it seemed he had found someone even more interesting than himself. Namgung was left gasping for breath, unable to respond. Salmon, concerned for her father, told Jor not to move. However, she also started gasping for breath, then lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Jor approached her, explaining that perception magic required a lot of mana, and as a newly awakened magic user, it could be overwhelming. Jor began healing Salmon, and Namgung, angry and desperate, called out to him, warning him not to touch his daughter and declaring that he didn't care if Jor was a high being, he would kill him. Jor assured him that he had no ill intentions toward his daughter and was merely trying to help. Salmon gradually began to breathe better, and Jor finally completed her healing. Jor told Namgung to thank his daughter because it seemed that other high beings had taken an interest in her, so they would let this incident go. He lifted Salmon up and warned Namgung that from now on, he would need to protect his daughter not only from monsters but also from high beings who coveted her. Namgung retorted that Jor, as a high being, should not simply stand by and watch, to which Jor responded by giving him a Goblin Citadel crystal ball. He explained that such items should be created after the Goblin Castle had been completed and that the high beings had intended to give it to him as a reward at the next carnival, but he had taken it from them. Jor also reminded Namgung that he should appreciate what he had done as his contract god. Namgung remained silent as Jor opened a portal and stated that he would continue to watch him in the future, emphasizing the importance of staying alive for the sake of his victory. Later, inside the car, Salmon woke up and asked what had happened, as she distinctly remembered fighting Jor. Hyun-hoon explained that she had passed out due to mana overload. She then inquired about the boy, and Hyun-hoon informed her that her father had taken him to the shelter in Dijin. Salmon shook her head, expressing her wish that they had taken him with them. But Namgung reassured her that Dijin's shelter was much safer than going with them. He mentioned that thanks to Jin Sehak, the shelter in Dijin was the safest place in South Korea. Namgung explained that he and Jin Sehak had known each other in their past lives and that he was someone he could trust. Salmon asked where they were going next, and Namgung replied, Seoul. Then, he tells Salmon that after the first hell door closed, a new one opened in Seoul. If they want to prevent a bigger disaster, they need to get the dungeon's reward, making Salmon silent. Hyun-hoon asks him if he is someone called a prophet chosen by higher beings, to which he replies that he is. Then, Hyun-hoon asks what they should do now. He tells him that nothing much, just grow stronger. Hyun-hoon continues to drive while the radio tells them that the train services have stopped due to damaged tracks, and the Paju Expressway was closed because of the destruction of the Seosan Junction. Hyun-hoon tells him that it seems it'll be hard to use the highway, and it'll be fine since he's a strong man. But they have Salmon on board, so he thinks they should just use the national route. Suddenly, he was shocked and a goblin hit their windshield. Hyun-hoon stops the car, throwing the goblin on the floor, and Namgung asks if Salmon is okay. He gets out of the car, thinking there are still troublemakers that haven't been taken care of. Suddenly, an arrow grazes his cheek and hits the goblin from behind. The goblin falls to the ground, and the man apologizes, telling him that there's a monster suddenly running towards him. He tells the man to talk after he puts down his bow, to which the man apologizes. He asks the man if he is the one who killed all of the goblins, to which he replies yes. Hyun-hoon tells the man he has good aim, and it's midnight, and he only aims at their weak points. He thinks an ordinary citizen killed 5 monsters using just one bow, and someone as talented as him might have met him in a previous life. Then he asks the man's name. The man says his name is Jeon Jong-in. Hyun-hoon gets out of the car and asks how he ended up in that big mess, telling Jeon that everyone has been told to stay at home through broadcasts. Jeon replies that he needed to go to Seoul because his father was in the hospital, and he couldn't contact him at all. He turns around and thinks now he understands the reason why he didn't meet him in his previous life, because even a talented magician like Salmon can't survive. He tells Jeong to just go back home because he won't be able to make it halfway using that bike, and he might die. Jeong begs him to let him ride with him until Seoul, and he'll make sure to repay him. He asks Jeong what he means by repaying him. He presents a stone and tells him that he'll give him that, but he doesn't know what it is, but it appeared when the monster was being killed. Hyun-hoon grabs the stone and tells Jeong that neither he nor Namgung is keeping a stone as a pet. Jeong tries to explain, but then Namgung grabs Hyun-hoon's hands and asks Jeong if it appeared while the goblins were being killed. Hyun-hoon sarcastically says, as he expected, taking care of a stone as a pet is the best hobby, and asks Namgung if he is right. He takes the stone and thinks it shouldn't be appearing now. Later, they drove to the Olympic Expressway, and Hyun-hoon asked Jeong if he was lying. Jeong told him he wasn't, and the stone really came out of a goblin. He looked at the stone and noticed that it was an agility rune. He knew that humans gain 2 types of strength in the carnival, nature and stats. Natures were special talents expressed from birth, while stats were powers anyone could acquire by raising them. Runes were unique items that exchanged these stats, and naturally, runes were highly sought after. However, the odds of obtaining one from a monster were very low. He told Jeong that he guessed it could drop from a goblin, making Jeong ask if it was that rare. He realized something and wondered what if it wasn't just luck. He looked at Jeong and asked where he learned archery. Jeong told him that his father, a former national representative, taught him, although he's currently bedridden due to an accident. Kyung-hoon asked who the national representative was. Jeong told them his father's name was Jeon Tae-ho, and as Namgung expected, Jeong is the son of the athlete Jeon Tae-ho. In his previous life, Jeon Tae-ho was a rune master with an exceedingly rare nature shared only with Anna Lion. Clans worldwide competed to recruit him, but Jeon Tae-ho had been in a coma for 7 years following an accident. As everyone tried to wake him up, Saintess Era, one of the 8 martial stars, spent a lot of money to use an elixir. However, despite her title, she did sinister deeds behind the scenes, like killing Jeon Tae-ho for refusing a clan's offer. But he thinks things will be different this time. Jeong asked him if he should head to the hospital, but Namgung told him no because they needed to make a stop first. Saman and Jeong got angry and told him that he promised to take them to his father, and what if something happened to him while they were late. He told Jeong that going there right now wouldn't change a thing. He also told Jeong that given the goblin situation, the police, firefighters, and even the military had been deployed across Korea. During such times, they would prioritize stabilizing medical facilities. As such, the hospital would actually be safer than a road like the one they were on, and it's better for them to gather resources as going there wouldn't make a difference. Jeong asked him what he meant, and he told him that they could heal his father with an elixir. Jeong was confused hearing it, and Namgung told him that an elixir cost 400,000 heads, and there was nowhere else to gather that amount quickly. Kyung-hoon told him that Jeong was lucky because they were on their way to a dungeon. Saman told Jeong that his dad was in his second life and he knew everything. If he joined them, he would surely gain rewards, making Jeong ask her what she meant by a second life. Jeong thought it was nonsense and told Saman that even if they gathered heads, where could they even buy the elixir from? He tells Jeong that he'll find out soon. The countdown in the car reaches 0, and suddenly a powerful light comes down from the sky, hitting the car in front. They were shocked to see it, and Namgung said it happened right on time. Then Ryu emerges, stepping on the destroyed car. The people in the car wondered what was happening. Ryu tells them that he'll keep it short and they should listen carefully. He informs them that from now on, the phases will offer them the carnival's audience and a chance to awaken. People got out of their cars and started shouting to run away. Ryu gets angry and tells them to be quiet, using the Yaksha's roar, which destroys the cars in front of him, leaving only a destroyed road. Ryu asks them if they don't know how to pay attention when someone's talking. Ryu tells them that all the necessary information will be automatically implanted in their minds, so there's no need for a detailed explanation. But just for formality, he'll make an announcement. Ryu is about to explain the rules when suddenly someone honks their horn at him. He looks back and says, what kind of rude person is honking their horn? Namgung gets out of the car and says it was him, calling Ryu a troublemaker. Ryu is shocked to see him. He tells Ryu that his words are a bit short, and Kyung-hoon asks if he's the Yaksha he was talking about, saying he looks stronger than a goblin. Ryu walks closer to them and asks Kyung-hoon how dare he compare him to a goblin, calling him an ill-mannered human. He then grabs Namgung's shoulder and fearfully whispers to him, asking how he knew he was there and begging for some mercy on his dignity because there are many onlookers there. But Namgung simply tells Ryu that he'll keep it short and orders him to open everything from his bundle to his heart pouch, shocking Ryu. He tells Namgung that they haven't even formed a contract, and he wants his heart pouch. He asks Ryu if he'd prefer to hand over an elixir, but Ryu tells him that it costs 400,000 resources, and he doesn't have nearly enough. He asks Ryu it looks like his scars have healed, making Ryu tell him that if it can't be done, it can't be done, and breaking the regulations as a proxy would get him in trouble, considering the carnival has started. In the car, Jeong wondered what kind of conversation Namgung was having with a monster like that because the monster was breaking cars and everything. Kyung-hoon told Jeong that he wasn't sure either because Namgung is on his second life after all, and even if something strange happens, he asks Jeong not to overthink it. Ryu and Namgung continue talking while they watch. A moment later, Namgung walks away and Ryu respectfully bows. Saman asks what they talked about for so long, and he replies to her that he spent his allowance to buy some survival items, while Ryu continues to explain the rules to the other humans. Then he looks up and thinks they'll need those items to survive over there. A bit later, Jeong hears Ryu inside his head, giving the rules and explaining that all the information about the carnival floods his mind. He asks what's going on. Namgung looks at Ryu and tells Jeong that the Yaksha from earlier is implanting basic information about the carnival into people's heads, and Ryu did that as soon as the carnival began. Jeong is shocked to hear this and wonders if it's possible in reality and if the second life is also real. Kyung-hoon asks Namgung about the car and whether they should just leave it there. Namgung says no and tells him to take it while he takes off his jacket. Kyung-hoon asks if he can drive a car into the dungeon, which surprises Kyung-hoon. Namgung opens the back of the car, puts his jacket inside, and tells Kyung-hoon that he won't be going into the dungeon. He's heading to Sinchon, and the next exit of the dungeon is over there, so they should meet up after they finish. Kyung-hoon asks about the kids fighting in the dungeon and why a grown-up like him isn't doing it. Namgung explains that there will be an even bigger battle in Sinchon called the Time of Dusk, and thanks to the data they found, he now knows about it. He takes another jacket and adds that at the Hell Gate, a fixed number of monsters will appear, and even if they close the Hell Gate early, there's an event where the remaining monsters still pour out at once, and that's called the Time of Dusk. Kyung-hoon is shocked to hear this and points out that even if they close the Hell Gate early, the damage will still be the same. Namgung tells him that's why he'll be going there and he has to protect the people. Kyung-hoon is surprised but gladly tells Namgung to leave it to him. He walks away, thinking that there could be countless casualties, but it's also an opportunity to earn a lot of resources to buy the elixir and win over the Rune Master Jeon Tiho. He puts on his jacket and tells them they'll clear the dungeon as fast as possible and join him, calling Saman and Jeong to go with him. Later, inside the dungeon, Jeong hits the monster's head with his arrow. He looks back and sees Saman using magic. He's surprised to see magic and wonders if the reality he knows has changed. Saman pokes the dead zombie and calls Namgung, telling him he should have warned her in advance that zombies could come out from the dungeon. She also mentions that it really looks like the live-action underworld that she saw on TikTok. Jeong asks how she can be so calm about meeting zombies like that, and she replies that kids these days are not scared of zombies because they've played Underworld, which is popular, and she also enjoys streaming it sometimes. Jeong asks if she's talking about the popular game, and he admits he's not really good at playing games. She asks if that's so because she has a talent for it and she can only think of one person better than her, an athlete called Flame. She thinks the dungeon is easy compared to that. Namgung warns Saman not to overdo it because she could overload like the last time. She replies with an okay. Namgung peeks behind a corner and spots a group of zombies. He orders Jeong to shoot the zombies, and Jeong follows his instructions, easily killing 3 zombies with headshots. Namgung praises him for his shooting skills and asks if he's considering becoming a professional athlete like his father. Jeong explains that he started shooting his bow well when the goblin appeared, as if the target somehow got bigger. Namgung wonders if Jeong has awakened his archery skills and thought his talent would be rune-related, like athlete Jeon Tiho. He asks Jeong if anything else has changed. Jeong tells him that he can feel something changing but isn't sure yet, and he'll tell him when he's certain. Meanwhile, Saman notices something and points out a rewards chest. She runs toward it, killing monsters in her path, and says she'll go and open it. Namgung shouts for her to stop, but she continues running while killing zombies. He thinks she can't hear him because of the noise, and he remembers a trap in the dungeon chest from his past experiences. He orders Jeong to shoot the chest. Jeong aims his arrows and shoots at the chest just as Saman is about to touch it. A loud explosion occurs, and Namgung anxiously calls out to Saman. The smoke slowly clears, and Saman sarcastically asks what that was. They approach her, and Namgung is relieved that she's safe. He explains that they triggered a trap in the dungeon chest, and thanks to Jeong's quick action, she avoided a direct hit. If she had opened the chest, she would have died instantly. Jeong is shocked and thinks that Namgung should have warned them in advance. Saman calls him a boomer, but Namgung corrects her, saying it's a prize, and he spots a key near his feet. He picks up the key, and Jeong asks what it's for. Namgung explains that it's the key to the boss room. Later, they stand in front of a massive door, and Namgung informs them that on the other side of that door is the Ghoul King, making them feel anxious. Meanwhile, outside, Kyung-hoon is inside the car when suddenly people start running away as the emergency announcement instructs all residents of Seoul to evacuate to the nearest shelter. He looks outside and is surprised to see that the time of dusk has arrived. Back in the dungeon, Namgung tells them they have not just a Ghoul King in the room but also 4 elite zombies. He says that unless they deal with those 4 zombies, the Ghoul King won't be defeated. Saman mentions that she thinks the zombies won't go down with a single hit. Jeong then tells her that if they work together, they can take them down one by one. However, Namgung disagrees because the Ghoul King will keep bringing them back to life. In other words, if they don't take out all 4 at once, they won't even scratch the Ghoul King. Saman asks him if he didn't buy something from the Yaksha and reminds him that he said he'd use it in the dungeon. He agrees that she's right. He then takes out Raoul's pendant, which is rare and of the highest grade. It has a description that says it bestows the power of purification upon the bearer. He explains that with it, they can slow down the zombies' resurrection. But preventing all 4 from returning at the same time is a challenge. Outside the dungeon, a soldier is fighting a goblin, and their first line of defense has collapsed. The second line is also in danger. Their captain is talking on the phone, asking for air support, and the person on the other end asks if there are any survivors. The captain replies that they've already checked with a heat detector, and there are no civilians at the summoning point. The captain also mentions that goblins from all over the country are being summoned there and says that if they don't act now, the damage will be worse than during the Hell Gate's opening. The person on the other end tells the captain that even if they are sure there are no survivors, the media will find something to complain about. They'll accuse the military of causing city destruction and ask the captain to be more considerate of public opinion. Frustrated, the captain slams the phone on the ground and says that they are willing to sacrifice them just to maintain appearances. Suddenly, the soldier calls him and informs him that a civilian vehicle is approaching. This surprises the captain, who asks if they don't know the situation there and orders the soldier to get them out of there. Before the soldier can explain, Kyung-hoon arrives with a car, and the soldier thinks he's a lunatic. Inside the dungeon, the 4 elite zombies are looking at Namgung and his summons. Salmon gathers power in her hand and hits 2 of the zombies. Jeong skillfully avoids the zombies' attack and thinks he should have gone to the hospital. He positions himself, aims his arrows, and hits the zombie's head. Then, Namgung's spirit soldiers run toward the zombie and slice off its arms and legs. The zombie falls to the ground, and Namgung uses Raoul's pendant on it. He tells them that they should quickly finish off the other 3 zombies. Salmon and Jeong attack the zombies, and he uses Raoul's pendant while the Ghoul King is just sitting there. The Ghoul King says something in another language, which surprises Jeong. He mentions that the Ghoul King had been sitting there the whole time and asks what he's suddenly saying. Salmon is confused and mentions the words come back to life. Namgung notices that Salmon understands the Ghoul King's words and wonders if it's because of her mother's influence. He also thinks that if her mother intervened in her awakening, it might explain her newfound non-elemental magic power, but it's just a theory because he never saw anything like that in his previous life. He tells Salmon to keep telling them what the Ghoul King is saying, to which she replies, okay. The zombies' arms and head slowly regenerate, and they all start to get up. One of the zombies attacks him, but he jumps to the side to avoid it and slides. He thinks that with only one pendant, the situation will never end. He looks at the pendant and thinks he never tried this in his previous life, but he believes it's the only way. He lifts up the pendant and tells Salmon to shoot her magic at it while the zombies are running toward him. He believes that spreading Salmon's magic through the pendant is the way to wipe them all out with one blow. The zombie lifts its hand and hits him in the face. The spirit soldier protects him, and Salmon cries, saying she doesn't think she can hit it. Jeong aims his arrows, which surprises Salmon, and he hits the 2 zombies in the head. Namgung praises him and orders Salmon to attack now. While lifting the pendant, he doesn't notice the zombies attack and it hits his hand, breaking the pendant in the process. The pendant falls to the ground, and his spirit soldier is destroyed, making the Ghoul King laugh hysterically. Salmon becomes terrified and wonders if it's the end. However, he slowly gets up, picks up the broken pendant pieces, and says, no, because that's just the beginning. Well guys, that's the end of the video. If you like this video, comment part 2 in the comments section. Also subscribe to the channel, hit the bell and like the video. Thank you for watching and see you next time again.
Ayo yang sudah menonton, jangan lupa di like ya. Dan satu hal lagi, bagi yang ingin mendukung channel ini, tolong jangan di skip ya dari awal hingga akhir. Terima kasih. Ayo yang sudah menonton, jangan lupa di like ya. Dan satu hal lagi, bagi yang ingin mendukung channel ini, tolong jangan di skip ya dari awal hingga akhir. Terima kasih. Ayo yang sudah menonton, jangan lupa di like ya. Dan satu hal lagi, bagi yang ingin mendukung channel ini, tolong jangan di skip ya dari awal hingga akhir. Terima kasih. Ayo yang sudah menonton, jangan lupa di like ya. Dan satu hal lagi, bagi yang ingin mendukung channel ini, tolong jangan di skip ya dari awal hingga akhir. Terima kasih. Ayo yang sudah menonton, jangan lupa di like ya. Dan satu hal lagi, bagi yang ingin mendukung channel ini, tolong jangan di skip ya dari awal hingga akhir. Terima kasih. Ayo yang sudah menonton, jangan lupa di like ya. Dan satu hal lagi, bagi yang ingin mendukung channel ini, tolong jangan di skip ya dari awal hingga akhir. Terima kasih. Ayo yang sudah menonton, jangan lupa di like ya. Dan satu hal lagi, bagi yang ingin mendukung channel ini, tolong jangan di skip ya dari awal hingga akhir. Terima kasih. Ayo yang sudah menonton, jangan lupa di like ya. Dan satu hal lagi, bagi yang ingin mendukung channel ini, tolong jangan di skip ya dari awal hingga akhir. Terima kasih. Ayo yang sudah menonton, jangan lupa di like ya. Dan satu hal lagi, bagi yang ingin mendukung channel ini, tolong jangan di skip ya dari awal hingga akhir. Terima kasih. Ayo yang sudah menonton, jangan lupa di like ya. Dan satu hal lagi, bagi yang ingin mendukung channel ini, tolong jangan di skip ya dari awal hingga akhir. Terima kasih. Ayo yang sudah menonton, jangan lupa di like ya. Dan satu hal lagi, bagi yang ingin mendukung channel ini, tolong jangan di skip ya dari awal hingga akhir. Terima kasih. Ayo yang sudah menonton, jangan lupa di like ya. Dan satu hal lagi, bagi yang ingin mendukung channel ini, tolong jangan di skip ya dari awal hingga akhir. Terima kasih. Ayo yang sudah menonton, jangan lupa di like ya. Dan satu hal lagi, bagi yang ingin mendukung channel ini, tolong jangan di skip ya dari awal hingga akhir. Terima kasih. Ayo yang sudah menonton, jangan lupa di like ya. Dan satu hal lagi, bagi yang ingin mendukung channel ini, tolong jangan di skip ya dari awal hingga akhir. Terima kasih. Ayo yang sudah menonton, jangan lupa di like ya. Dan satu hal lagi, bagi yang ingin mendukung channel ini, tolong jangan di skip ya dari awal hingga akhir. Terima kasih. Ayo yang sudah menonton, jangan lupa di like ya. Dan satu hal lagi, bagi yang ingin mendukung channel ini, tolong jangan di skip ya dari awal hingga akhir. Terima kasih. Ayo yang sudah menonton, jangan lupa di like ya. Dan satu hal lagi, bagi yang ingin mendukung channel ini, tolong jangan di skip ya dari awal hingga akhir. Terima kasih. Ayo yang sudah menonton, jangan lupa di like ya. Dan satu hal lagi, bagi yang ingin mendukung channel ini, tolong jangan di skip ya dari awal hingga akhir. Terima kasih. Ayo yang sudah menonton, jangan lupa di like ya. Dan satu hal lagi, bagi yang ingin mendukung channel ini, tolong jangan di skip ya dari awal hingga akhir. Terima kasih. Ayo yang sudah menonton, jangan lupa di like ya. Dan satu hal lagi, bagi yang ingin mendukung channel ini, tolong jangan di skip ya dari awal hingga akhir. Terima kasih. Ayo yang sudah menonton, jangan lupa di like ya. Dan satu hal lagi, bagi yang ingin mendukung channel ini, tolong jangan di skip ya dari awal hingga akhir. Terima kasih. Ayo yang sudah menonton, jangan lupa di like ya. Dan satu hal lagi, bagi yang ingin mendukung channel ini, tolong jangan di skip ya dari awal hingga akhir. Terima kasih. Ayo yang sudah menonton, jangan lupa di like ya. Dan satu hal lagi, bagi yang ingin mendukung channel ini, tolong jangan di skip ya dari awal hingga akhir. Terima kasih. Ayo yang sudah menonton, jangan lupa di like ya. Dan satu hal lagi, bagi yang ingin mendukung channel ini, tolong jangan di skip ya dari awal hingga akhir. Terima kasih. Ayo yang sudah menonton, jangan lupa di like ya. Dan satu hal lagi, bagi yang ingin mendukung channel ini, tolong jangan di skip ya dari awal hingga akhir. Terima kasih. Ayo yang sudah menonton, jangan lupa di like ya. Dan satu hal lagi, bagi yang ingin mendukung channel ini, tolong jangan di skip ya dari awal hingga akhir. Terima kasih. Ayo yang sudah menonton, jangan lupa di like ya. Dan satu hal lagi, bagi yang ingin mendukung channel ini, tolong jangan di skip ya dari awal hingga akhir. Terima kasih. Ayo yang sudah menonton, jangan lupa di like ya. Dan satu hal lagi, bagi yang ingin mendukung channel ini, tolong jangan di skip ya dari awal hingga akhir. Terima kasih. Ayo yang sudah menonton, jangan lupa di like ya. Dan satu hal lagi, bagi yang ingin mendukung channel ini, tolong jangan di skip ya dari awal hingga akhir. Terima kasih. Ayo yang sudah menonton, jangan lupa di like ya. Dan satu hal lagi, bagi yang ingin mendukung channel ini, tolong jangan di skip ya dari awal hingga akhir. Terima kasih. Ayo yang sudah menonton, jangan lupa di like ya. Dan satu hal lagi, bagi yang ingin mendukung channel ini, tolong jangan di skip ya dari awal hingga akhir. Terima kasih. Ayo yang sudah menonton, jangan lupa di like ya. Dan satu hal lagi, bagi yang ingin mendukung channel ini, tolong jangan di skip ya dari awal hingga akhir. Terima kasih. Ayo yang sudah menonton, jangan lupa di like ya. Dan satu hal lagi, bagi yang ingin mendukung channel ini, tolong jangan di skip ya dari awal hingga akhir. Terima kasih. Ayo yang sudah menonton, jangan lupa di like ya. Dan satu hal lagi, bagi yang ingin mendukung channel ini, tolong jangan di skip ya dari awal hingga akhir. Terima kasih. Ayo yang sudah menonton, jangan lupa di like ya. Dan satu hal lagi, bagi yang ingin mendukung channel ini, tolong jangan di skip ya dari awal hingga akhir. Terima kasih. Ayo yang sudah menonton, jangan lupa di like ya. Dan satu hal lagi, bagi yang ingin mendukung channel ini, tolong jangan di skip ya dari awal hingga akhir. Terima kasih. Ayo yang sudah menonton, jangan lupa di like ya. Dan satu hal lagi, bagi yang ingin mendukung channel ini, tolong jangan di skip ya dari awal hingga akhir. Terima kasih. Ayo yang sudah menonton, jangan lupa di like ya. Dan satu hal lagi, bagi yang ingin mendukung channel ini, tolong jangan di skip ya dari awal hingga akhir. Terima kasih. Ayo yang sudah menonton, jangan lupa di like ya. Dan satu hal lagi, bagi yang ingin mendukung channel ini, tolong jangan di skip ya dari awal hingga akhir. Terima kasih. Ayo yang sudah menonton, jangan lupa di like ya. Dan satu hal lagi, bagi yang ingin mendukung channel ini, tolong jangan di skip ya dari awal hingga akhir. Terima kasih. Ayo yang sudah menonton, jangan lupa di like ya. Dan satu hal lagi, bagi yang ingin mendukung channel ini, tolong jangan di skip ya dari awal hingga akhir. Terima kasih. Ayo yang sudah menonton, jangan lupa di like ya. Dan satu hal lagi, bagi yang ingin mendukung channel ini, tolong jangan di skip ya dari awal hingga akhir. Terima kasih. Ayo yang sudah menonton, jangan lupa di like ya. Dan satu hal lagi, bagi yang ingin mendukung channel ini, tolong jangan di skip ya dari awal hingga akhir. Terima kasih. Ayo yang sudah menonton, jangan lupa di like ya. Dan satu hal lagi, bagi yang ingin mendukung channel ini, tolong jangan di skip ya dari awal hingga akhir. Terima kasih. Ayo yang sudah menonton, jangan lupa di like ya. Dan satu hal lagi, bagi yang ingin mendukung channel ini, tolong jangan di skip ya dari awal hingga akhir. Terima kasih. Ayo yang sudah menonton, jangan lupa di like ya. Dan satu hal lagi, bagi yang ingin mendukung channel ini, tolong jangan di skip ya dari awal hingga akhir. Terima kasih. Ayo yang sudah menonton, jangan lupa di like ya. Dan satu hal lagi, bagi yang ingin mendukung channel ini, tolong jangan di skip ya dari awal hingga akhir. Terima kasih. Ayo yang sudah menonton, jangan lupa di like ya. Dan satu hal lagi, bagi yang ingin mendukung channel ini, tolong jangan di skip ya dari awal hingga akhir. Terima kasih. Ayo yang sudah menonton, jangan lupa di like ya. Dan satu hal lagi, bagi yang ingin mendukung channel ini, tolong jangan di skip ya dari awal hingga akhir. Terima kasih. Ayo yang sudah menonton, jangan lupa di like ya. Dan satu hal lagi, bagi yang ingin mendukung channel ini, tolong jangan di skip ya dari awal hingga akhir. Terima kasih. Ayo yang sudah menonton, jangan lupa di like ya. Dan satu hal lagi, bagi yang ingin mendukung channel ini, tolong jangan di skip ya dari awal hingga akhir. Terima kasih. Ayo yang sudah menonton, jangan lupa di like ya. Dan satu hal lagi, bagi yang ingin mendukung channel ini, tolong jangan di skip ya dari awal hingga akhir. Terima kasih. Ayo yang sudah menonton, jangan lupa di like ya. Dan satu hal lagi, bagi yang ingin mendukung channel ini, tolong jangan di skip ya dari awal hingga akhir. Terima kasih. Ayo yang sudah menonton, jangan lupa di like ya. Dan satu hal lagi, bagi yang ingin mendukung channel ini, tolong jangan di skip ya dari awal hingga akhir. Terima kasih. Ayo yang sudah menonton, jangan lupa di like ya. Dan satu hal lagi, bagi yang ingin mendukung channel ini, tolong jangan di skip ya dari awal hingga akhir. Terima kasih. Ayo yang sudah menonton, jangan lupa di like ya. Dan satu hal lagi, bagi yang ingin mendukung channel ini, tolong jangan di skip ya dari awal hingga akhir. Terima kasih. Ayo yang sudah menonton, jangan lupa di like ya. Dan satu hal lagi, bagi yang ingin mendukung channel ini, tolong jangan di skip ya dari awal hingga akhir. Terima kasih.